chained up to this mast and I can hear those sirens singing again. People tell me to relax, they must have ears stopped up with wax, 'cause I can hear those sirens singing again. I know they're calling me, yeah. Father, Son, and Holy God, well, they're the last thing I need now, 'cause I can hear those sirens singing again. Comes in loud as it can be from out there just across the sea, and I can hear those sirens singing again. Oh, won't you set me free, set me free, yeah. When at last the fighting's over and my back's against the wall, when the song is done and over, were they really there at all?
Good evening and welcome to radio station EXP, coming to you from just out there, just across the water from the land of the lotus eaters. Unstop your ears, free your mind, partake of our fruit, follow the bright, shining line of the setting sun that leads you out over the sea.
Take me curve at 95, it feels so good to be alive when I can hear those sirens singing again. They come in like the radio, and I just know I got to go when I can hear the sirens singing again. I know they're after me, yeah. When at last the fighting's over and I'm hanging on the wall, when the song is done and over, were they really there at all?
Here with you through the long night, the sweetest sounds, the sight of everlasting high heaven itself. So sit back, cast off your chains, dive into the water, forget, drown in my voice, swim to me, come to me, my love, my love, my love, my love, my love, my love, my love.
つも君をポーズを重ねていかれるわがままをエンデルさ
Hey Moldy. I'm playing Peggle. Very serious. That's tough. Yeah, I know. Damn it. Oh, come on. I only have 2 balls left. Oh no, I wasted it. Wow. Fuck. How did I lose on the 3rd stage? Oh, that is fucked up. Nice. Man, I used to be goated at Peggle back in the day. Ah! No! I had one ball left. I only had one Peggle left to hit. Damn it. Fuck. I'm getting pissed off. I'm gonna lose again. Psych. I think I'm gonna play Starfield today. I decided that I want to think for myself and form my own opinion. Fuck. Ah. Ah, shit. Whoops. Hope I can play cloud games tonight. there's issues again, then it might just be this. It might be this zone that causes problems.
Hope there's a fire spell in there. To make quick work of the brambles.
Dungeon parkour? Yeah.
You do better with that grimoire than he did.
Shame it didn't have a healing spell.
Mugren's Fury.
Whoa. Well, cool.
We've got the high ground. How shall we do this? Magic's the flashy choice, I suppose. Side. Make short work of them.
Ooh. Oy. Cool, I like the way spellcasting works.
I've seen ruins like these. Wonder what they are. Maybe nobody knows.
Paradisans call them godless. Some kind of people who came here long ago.
I tried to tell them. Why wouldn't they listen? You can't kill me. No one can kill me. I'll swim across the sea.
I knew it. Whatever's on their faces, it gets into their heads.
I'm no expert on soul plagues, but whatever you came here to find, I'd say you found it. Aye. Maybe we could still get through to him.
Good luck with that.
Who disturbs us? I had dreams. Fabulous dreams. They tried to silence them.
Steady yourself. Please, we're only trying to help.
You're wasting your breath. He's gone.
You tread in the orchard. They sent orders for fire. I should have been free to drink of the land. They thought they could stop me. Vipers! Their venom stains my blade.
He can barely string a thought together. How could he have killed everyone?
He couldn't. Not like this. He's just the last one standing.
Trespassers! Scars? What scars? They brought axes to cleave into the wood. And you return death to us.
Envoy, this could come to blows. Keep your guard up.
Feed the roots, kill the rot!
Oh,
You're gonna regret this.
Weesh. Oi, oh. Oh my. Ay, ay, ay. Hell yeah.
That's the stuff! Probably some noble who bought his commission. Now look at him.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but at least he's not suffering.
Combat in this game is nice.
Closer we twine. You have returned. We felt your presence like dew on a leaf. We wake. Heed us.
Envoy, you alright? Can you hear me?
I titled today's stream Bathesdnesday. Because the idea is I'd play this and Starfield and maybe Oblivion.
A voice? What did it say?
Now your envoy's losing it.
No, I think something in the Ardra spoke to him.
Yeah, I just searched up Elder Scrolls Borat, and I'm not the only person that made Borat in these games.
When you put it that way, maybe so. I've been round Ardra my whole life, and it never spoke to me.
I don't think it spoke to anyone. Not even godlikes.
That's some gift. Maybe they're... Never mind. We've got to get to Paradise.
The boat's just up ahead.
Gods, I hope you're telling the truth.
This way.
There it is.
Thank the gods it's still here. Get on.
There, in the distance. It's Paradise. So, the smuggler wasn't lying.
My name's Alora, you know. Thanks. I've enjoyed not being dead.
Look, if this is the soul plague the Empress sent you to find, we have to stop it. You have to stop it, no matter what it takes.
I'd heard rumors about folk changing out in the hinterlands. I thought they were just that. You know, stories. I never imagined it'd be like this.
I don't know how, but if anyone can find a way, it's you.
Will you get on before I leave without you?
Aye, onward to Paradise. Never thought I'd be glad to sail here with a smuggler.
If anyone asks. When asks, you never met me. Look, I'll no thank you for showing basic decency. But you saved my life. That counts for something. To me, anyway. Aye, don't push her luck. Try not to get killed. Nah, I'm kidding. Just don't go around acting like you own the place, alright? Not all of them. Give Paradisans a chance. That's why they came here in the first. Hope we don't.
Suppose this is where I leave you then. I owe you my life, Envoy. I won't soon forget what you did. I don't know. It's all just sinking in. I hope the folks at the embassy know where to find a good, strong drink. You don't have to. Just go up the pier. I imagine they've sent someone official-like to take you there.
Must be nice, eh?
Well, it's the Living Land's biggest port. People come from all over.
Wonder why?
You'll be fine. Same to you. You'll make the Emperor proud. I'm sure of it.
This is your final warning, Kai. One more, and I put a bullet in your leg.
These docks are reserved for the Imperial Envoy of Adir.
You know, if you just tell me where...
Hey! Turn around and sail back to wherever you came from. This dock is reserved for the Imperial Envoy. And he's late. Huh, probably died at sea. Good riddance.
You want to try saying that in a way that doesn't piss off the Imperial Envoy?
Wait, you're the... Oh, fuck.
Fuck.
Nice.
Forgive me, Envoy. I meant nothing by it.
They got the F word in this universe?
Please start over. Name's Cynric, captain of the local militia. We're a scrappy bunch, but we know our way around Paradise. Unlike most Adirans who couldn't find their ass with both their hands. Oh, present company excluded. They told me you were godlike, but I didn't know what to expect. Your face, it's so...
Glare silently.
Ooh, on second thought, why don't I just shut up before I say anything else I regret?
Now there's a good
Off to
idea.
a good start.
No doubt you've come for the Adiran ambassador, but he's gone, along with our claviger.
Hola, patates-san, patates-san. No habla español. But, bien, E2. Where's Clover? Where's our resident Spanish speaker? Oh, you're French? Did you change your name? Or were you here during Zelda? Were you here during Wind Waker? Okay, cool. Once you said that you were French, it clicked for me. I remember now. Good to see you again. Your username means potatoes without toes.
No, there's some kind of blight in the wilderness and rumors of plague. They went to investigate. Nature has a mind of its own in these parts. When the ecosystem changes, we ask ourselves how and why.
Leaderless and rudderless is the natural state of things in Paradise anyway. Keeps things interesting.
What's the question? Oh, no question. I was just repeating what you had typed.
Well, he's the closest thing we have to a local authority. Part keeper of the keys, part bald fist.
Paradise's mayor, more or less. Most people out here aren't fond of established hierarchies and titles. So we made up some new ones.
Are you excited for the Ocarina of Time remake?
I'm sorry, Envoy, but no one's here to receive it.
Nonsense. There's a small army of pickpockets, smugglers, and scoundrels between those walls who'd be happy to take it off your hands.
Just ignore him.
Where did you say they went? Because I've got an idea.
They traveled northwest to the Strangle Route, past the old Pargroon Wall.
You need to find the ambassador, and I need to find the claviger. How's about we partner up? I did my time in the Rawatayan Navy. I'm good, as long as you talk real slow.
Kai, before you go, remember, you're taking a distinguished veteran into the wilderness. Make sure he comes back alive, or the Steel Garrote will have my head.
Better yours than mine.
Cried when they announced it. Gonna be a student, so won't have too much money, but I'll buy it anyways. Nice. Heck yeah.
I admire your eagerness, Envoy. Just don't rush into danger too quickly, all right?
Right behind you. We've got to find your ambassador and my claviger before something else does.
I mean, we can go without food for a month. It's important. Who needs food? But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm curious what they'll do with it. I'm not like the biggest Zelda person, but I've always really liked Ocarina of Time. That's probably my favorite one. Avowed is a good game too. Cool. Yeah, I've been curious about this one. I know it got a lot of like mixed reception. Seems like some people were disappointed by it, but I've been having a lot of fun so far. It reminds me of like a 90s PC game or like a 2000s PC game. It's kind of refreshing. It's like, it feels like a lot smaller and more sort of like focused than a lot of the other big open world RPGs these days.
I'll bet you're glad to be on dry land after that voyage. Come on, let's get you some fresh air.
It's also got such a strange vibe to it. Like, everything looks kind of like weird and gross. But I like that.
This is a special potion that I've made.
The Dream Scourge has driven people to the
Patterson,
city.
Pat's just redeemed
Means more
hydrate.
bandits on the
It's
road.
important to drink.
That's true. It's also important to take a stretch break every hour, which I'm overdue for currently. Whoa, can I go in the water? Whoa. Is there any treasure down here? Whoa. He must have gills. He doesn't need oxygen, apparently. Alright, I didn't write enough splish splash.
Grunin left these beacons all over the island. They're good for finding your way around.
Haven't you heard it's not polite? Watch where you're going. Piss off.
Rude.
Keep walking, Outlander.
Yeah, whatever.
Please, how hard is it to answer a question?
I don't trifle with souls, man.
I can't believe how rude everyone is around here.
Yeah, you're telling me. Is there something I can help with?
How hard could it be to find a watcher?
I made my guy look like Borat. Don't want to sleep. The age-old dilemma.
I have a little money, if that's what you mean. I assumed I'd have to pay the watcher, though. I have a strange problem.
What time do you have to wake up?
Something more like. A band of Zorips invaded my house. What am I gonna do? Then take my house key. It's northwest of here. That cabin on the cliff all by itself. Gods know I can't go back. And there's nothing to steal either. The Zorips saw to that.
Oh, in 5 or 6 hours?
And make sure you get their leader too.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry, but I don't think they'll go quietly. You'll have to kill them.
Yeah, you'll probably be glad that you got your sleep. It's crazy how big of a difference it can make.
Thank you. That may not be worth much coming from a
Stay 1 hour or two. Yeah, that seems fair.
Greetings, friend. You look like you could use a fine weapon or a sturdy shield. Not to worry, Volter is here. I suggest you take a look at my wares before you speak to Daggerda. Who knows what mood she's in today?
It's been 3 weeks that I can't sleep more than 3 hours. Oof. That'll catch up with you. Yeah. Yeah, I've been having a hard time, like, staying asleep. Like, I fall asleep okay, but then I can't stay asleep. I sleep for like a couple hours, then wake up. You're playing with your fists?
Protect that pretty face.
I was playing
Armor
some
and shields for
games
sale on the
recently
way.
that had like first-person brawler combat. One was Breakdown for original Xbox, and there was something else I can't remember. Oh, maybe it was... it wasn't Brawler Combat. Ghostwire Tokyo. I was playing Ghostwire Tokyo recently. Yeah, I like first-person games that have kind of like
What harm could some new armor do?
unconventional
Look good and stay alive.
combat like that. Yeah, I was enjoying Ghostwire a lot. I need to play more.
Heading out to the wilds? Make sure you have everything you need. You don't want to... Kai, I told you not to show your face around here again.
Come on. You're not still mad about that hunting knife, are you?
All right, no. You're clear. But you better pay up front this time.
I knew you'd come around. You miss me.
I'll let you think that. Now don't mind him. What are you interested in? Yeah, some of the oldest in Paradise. He's a headache, but that's because you want him to come back alive.
So you do care.
I lied to the garrote for you. Do I have to spell it out?
You're developing a game? You want to be a game dev? That's cool. What kind of game do you want to make?
The living lands are a dangerous place. Time to resupply.
Something to make people learn things. Cool.
Welcome to Dawnshore, Traveler. My name is Dagerda. You seem like you could use a nice potion or a bite to eat. And I promise a safe and pleasant transaction, despite whatever Volter told you.
Life or something we're not able to think or see while living. Ooh. I like that sort of thing. I've played a few indie games this year that were made with RPG Maker that were like super deep and moving. Very, very touching. One of them was called Flesh, Blood, and Concrete. It's on itch.io, but it looks like no. Screenshots. But then there's also this other one called Amelie. This one was really good too. Looks like Omori, right? But it's called Amelie. Simple RPG Maker game. There's so many just like really great RPG Maker indie games that tell really good stories. Yeah, I wanted to edit down my playthrough and make a video out of it. It's really short. It's only like an hour long. Yeah, there's a few. There's a few like that that are really good. That have really emotional stories that are sort of philosophical, and this one is good too, Land of Ghosts. This one I played. Well, I haven't finished it yet actually, but I was playing it on stream. It has English. But the dev is Japanese, so the whole page is Japanese. Yeah, this one's really nice too. There's so many. People do crazy things with the RPG Maker. Love to raise an awareness about things. I'd be able to develop a game as Grow Castle. This might be one of the craziest RPG Maker games I've played in terms of scope. Tobiru no Densetsu. It's just a huge game. For being like an indie made RPG Maker game, it's like massive. It's got a giant world and it's kind of like open, so you can go around and do different things. RPG Maker games on itch.io? Yeah, mostly. I mean, I look around on itch.io, I look around on Steam, I look around on Reddit and other places. But yeah, I usually, if I'm looking for that type of game, I usually will sort it by like 2D or like pixel graphics. Either RPG or horror games, pixel graphics. Yeah, itch.io is a great place to browse for that type of stuff, to get ideas. And yeah, let me know if you find anything cool. Wagotabi? Oh yeah, somebody else mentioned that game too. Yeah, somebody else mentioned that. I should try it. I should try it. You know, I've got school starting in a couple weeks myself. Taking Japanese. The real difficulty I still have learning Japanese is there's no link between Japanese word French translation. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that, but that would be difficult. Yeah, Japan or Japanese borrows so many English words. One of my teachers said sometimes you can even like just guess and say an English word with a Japanese accent and they might understand it. Like worst case scenario. If you don't know the word you're looking for, just try saying the English with a Japanese accent. There's, yeah, the only one I could think of off the top of my head, the only loan word that's not from English is arabaito, which is part-time job, which is a borrowed word from German. Arubaito. Apparently that's a word from Germany. Had the chance to learn Japanese from a Japanese woman and much more from Wagutabi. Whoa. That's cool. Yeah, I have to try Wagutabi. Hold on, I'm overdue for a stretch break. I'll be right back. Let me throw on some tunes. Yeah, give me just a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Thanks. Alright. Hey, thanks for waiting. Yo, what's up, A2? Yeah, just taking my old man stretch break. Can't let these brittle bones be getting rusty.
I've come in search of lost treasures. Have you heard any rumors of such things in the area?
I suppose.
Yeesh.
There are some Pargunan going to the north, just across the river from the Stranglehold. The Pargunan are said to have left behind many treasures.
I'm having some performance
I will remember.
problems here.
Will be justly compensated upon my It's a fine.
Something tells me I won't be getting that compensation.
It's getting some lag here. I don't know if it's my internet or if it's this game. I was having problems around this time yesterday, and my stream completely crashed. I don't know if it's this game or my internet. Whoa. I'd really like to play more Avowed, but the lag is making it difficult. Let's try, let's do a test. I also want to try playing Starfield tonight. But for now, I'm gonna do a little test, see if the lag that I was experiencing on Avowed was the game or if it's my internet. Oh damn, did I What the? Oh. What? Oy. Oh man. It's been a minute since I played this. Oy. Yeah, I'm still getting some lag on this game as well. Must just be the time of day. Which is a little annoying. I don't remember when I first got into cloud gaming a couple weeks ago. I don't remember it ever really having a problem. Ever. Regardless of time of day. Ooh. More people use the service after work evenings. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I figured initially. Hmm. Um. Should we try Dante's Inferno? I was looking for games that I have actually installed. Wow, this game has 18K followers. (2010). 2010 was 16 years ago. Yeah, I've never played this. I'm familiar with it, of course, but I never played it back in the day. So this is my first time. European Knights of the Third Crusade captured the city of Acre from Jerusalem. Under orders of King Richard, 3,000 civilian prisoners were detained. They were held at ransom. As the hot summer wore on, Saladin dug in and refused to negotiate.
At the midpoint on the journey of life, I found myself in a dark forest, for the clear path was lost.
Ew. Gross. What the hell?
What kind of man locks up helpless women? There will be a day of reckoning, Crusader! My family, my baby's gone!
This game really started with a lot of screaming. Whoa, upgrades? Skill tree? Cool. Oi. Uh-oh.
Dante, your fate is decided. Everlasting damnation for your sins.
But that's not possible. The bishop assured us.
Come, face eternity. Soon you'll be joined by those whose lives you have ruined, whose souls you have damned.
I will not let my sins damn those dear to me. I will redeem myself. Mortal, you are mine.
No one can cheat death.
Wow.
How dare you resist me, mortal? Your soul is mine. Face your sins, Dante. You cannot win this.
Whoa, sweet. Oh, I missed it.
Stop. I can help you.
Oh, now he wants to talk, huh?
No. Please. No. Please don't.
Yeah. Man. We had Death begging for his life.
The bishop said our cause was holy. Holy had nothing to do with it. After 3 years of the cold hatred with which that savage war fed itself, I longed for the warmth of my devoted Beatrice, for the chance to redeem the past, to start again.
Ugh.
I told him you would come for me.
I have to go with him, my love. I gave my word.
Beatrice!
What the? Hey, what's up, Clover? Yeah. I got cucked by the devil. That sounds like a Motley Crue song. Cucked by the devil!
Clover 1419 just redeemed hydrate. Water glue glue glue.
What's Dante's Inferno even about? Well, first of all, it's about Dante and his Inferno. And it's about some other stuff. It's about screaming. It's got a lot of screaming involved. Oh no. Ah, nothing to see here, Twitch cops.
Why did you break your promise?
I don't understand. beast has turned me back. Help me before my pulse and veins tremble. By all that is holy, I vow to forsake all pleasures of the flesh until I return from this noble crusade.
I gave myself to you because I know you will be faithful to our love.
Done.
In payment for taking the cross to reclaim the Holy Land, your immaculate father hereby absolves you of all your sins.
The Crusades were crazy. Whoa. They should have made Dante's pizza. You know? I was literally just thinking that I might make some pizza soon. Whoa, cool. Do I get to just do that for free? What the? Whoa, I died? What? Dude, that's bullshit. Yeah, I know. This game is so loud. Hey, what's that horse thing? Nothing? Huh? Owie.
Dante, I need you.
Oh my god. This game is incredibly loud. To be honest, I'm not sure how much I'm into this. I'm a big fan of character action games and action adventure games. I like that there's so many skills.
Have pity on me, whatever you are.
A lady called. I prayed for her to command me.
Beatrice.
I fear my friend has gone astray, she said.
Help him, Virgil, so that he may come to me. I am Beatrice, and when I am finally before my lord, I will praise you to him.
Poet, I beg you, give me strength. I will deliver her from this fate, whatever the cost.
Up. What? What a weird game. I wanted to play Starfield tonight. I'm hoping that there'll be enough stability with the cloud. So I think I'm going to take a stretch real quick and give Starfield a shot when I get back. I actually started it last night, so Borat's ready to go. Alright. Just a few minutes. I'll be right back. Thanks.
つの思い貫く難しさの中で僕は守り抜いて見せたいのさかけがえのないもののために果たした約束疑問だらけの世の中答えは
Alright, hey, sorry. I got distracted.
Argos usually ain't so good at picking sites. Oh, this time, like a miracle.
Alright.
You alright? You need some coffee or
So,
got a packet here somewhere.
I started this off stream last night. You didn't miss much. I basically got just through the very first 10-minute intro.
Oh, sure, just take my stuff. All yours.
Yeah, thanks.
Glad when we're off this rock.
Man, I swear, like, these cloud games were more stable a week ago during this time.
First aid seminar to work on you, huh?
Don't get too used to how easy this has been. Next dig might be toxic hazards or worse.
take all the toilet paper. What kind of sick freak would have the toilet paper on the inside like that? Why does it even let you flip it? Immersion. Hey, what? Hey, can't you see I'm using this room? Get out.
Yeah? Something you need?
Whoa, somebody freaking dropped a space rock in the toilet.
Just trying to get through my shift.
How'd they sucker you to join? Fall for the fancy pamphlets?
Client is here. Let's go.
Hey.
Yes, it has. That mine on Bendy, right?
Kazal, hellhole, like this place. Rare mineral contract. Your tastes are a bit more sophisticated now, huh?
So, you found something?
Right here. The new guy found it.
That right. And everything went cool?
Hey, Funky.
Just like
What's going on?
minerals on Bendy?
Kazal, and no Barrett, not cool. He passed out after the extraction. Woke up saying all kinds of nonsense.
Is that right, cowboy? Went on a trip, huh? That fun, huh? Not the most gentle push into the great mysteries of space, but hey, been there.
Look, just hand over the credits, and I'll be happy to never see this thing, or you, ever again.
That's why I like you, Lynn. All business.
Barrett, the scanners on the frontier are reporting a ship coming in hot from orbit.
I really thought I lost them.
Barrett?
Winding down after work. Nice. Grab a weapon. Where's the bad guys at? Oh. Can I have like multiple things equipped? There's got to be a way to equip more than one weapon to switch between them.
Can't believe the Crimson Fleet hit us.
Saving.
What's wrong with you? Hey, watch it!
You were faking this whole time. Whoa. What was that?
Hey, watch it!
Alright, I guess you can't kill him. Can I pick this up? Oh! Yo.
Did you see Lynn? Ran straight at those pirates like it was...
Shut up. What do you say?
Of course Barrett was being followed. Every time.
Now that was some fine work under pressure. You dug up the artifact, right? That means you saw it. The visions? You're coming with me to Constellation. You're part of this now.
Okay. If you could take me off this damn moon, sign me up.
Nothing wrong with honest work. Although, yes. See your point.
Oh no, Barrett. No. You think you're just going to take off after the mess you caused?
All right. I guess I did just put you all on the Crimson Fleet hit list. How about I stay and I send your Dusty here in my place? I know, but he's not some miner anymore, Lynn. Soon as he touched that rock, something changed. Don't tell me you can't feel it.
Fine. It's a deal. Get out of here, Dusty. You're on to bigger things.
Wow, this game only has 100,000 followers. Bethesda fell off. No way, not my job.
Don't you get it? You don't have a job here anymore.
I don't have a job anymore.
With those
Sweet.
explorers now. Like it or not. Just go, all right? Figure out what happened to you when you touched that rock.
Well, now that that's settled. Vasco, get him to the lodge. No deviations unless absolutely necessary, okay? Protocol Indigo.
Indigo? Again. Very well.
Oh, and hey, take this. You'll find it very useful out there. And it even tells the time.
I don't know what's going on. A watch? Cool.
Hey, look at that. The watch fits you perfectly. Now, questions?
I feel like this guy is forcing me to take his job. Because he doesn't want to do it.
Come on. You really not at all curious about that light and music show you experienced? Because if you didn't notice, we've all been handling it since with no problem. The way I see it, Constellation needs that artifact, but they also need you. This mystery is only getting bigger each step we take. And you're part of it now. Technically, it's not even mine. Consider it alone. Vasco will keep you on course. Besides, I'm making...
Alright, whatever.
And Vasco, don't let him break my ship.
We're still in one piece. Hey, I don't know how you kept your cool back there.
Let's go. This is my new robot slave. Come on. This guy just gave me his car. And his job. For some reason.
Captain, I assume
Yes.
you know how to fly a Class A starship.
Yes, I am the captain.
Likes to say it's as easy as learning to ride a bike.
Yum.
I will attempt to boost the shields, just in case there are any difficulties.
Baseball cap. This is all my stuff now. What? What is this? Huh? What am I looking at? I don't know what I'm looking at.
Shields ready. The rest is up to you.
That's weird, the guy just gave us his car. Alright, now what?
Now that we are in orbit, it might be wise to test all controls and systems to ensure they are not on the verge of catastrophic failure. I can step you through the entire process, or if you're already an experienced pilot, just power up all the systems and we'll be on our way. Each system on a ship requires power. Allocating power is under your direct control. Let's go over the engines. Engines control our maximum speed. Try increasing and decreasing our relative velocity. A ship's engine has a sweet spot for better handling during turns. your attention to the HUD, you'll notice a speed indicator in the lower left with a gauge that goes up and down as you adjust the throttle. Try to center the gauge so that it lines up with the center of the vertical bars to its right. Boosts can be engaged for temporary bursts of speed. Let's turn our attention to the shields. Try adjusting power to the shields. Notice more power increases their strength. Shields protect the ship from hull damage. Without a hull, but be vaporized. Shield health is displayed in the lower right. Hull damage is below it. You've proven an adequate pilot. Are you familiar with ship combat tactics? Because that's a Crimson Fleet ship bringing its weapons to bear. We will need to disable their shields. Laser-based weaponry is particularly effective. If you can keep the enemy ship centered on the HUD, we can lock in to fire a homing missile. The enemy shields are down, Captain. Ballistic weaponry excels at damaging the hull once shields are offline.
Haha.
Congratulations on surviving your first Starship assault, Captain. We should search the wreckage for spare parts and other salvage. You will need to fly close to it before we can access the remains.
Blah.
Two more Crimson Fleet ships are jumping into our location, Captain. Ships are high enough to jeopardize our mission. In short, they are after the frontier and will not stop. We will need to deal with the local Crimson Fleet captain. A recent scan indicates an abandoned facility on the nearby moon of Crete, a perfect staging area for pirates.
Is this where I'm supposed to go? Oops.
We have arrived in orbit. The abandoned facility with our Crimson Fleet captain is on the surface. I'll follow you from here on out, Captain.
Hold on. One sec. I just put pizza in the microwave.
Be careful, Captain. Alien creatures are often unpredictable.
What? Whoa, the homie. There's gotta be a way to have more than one thing equipped, right? You remember this being flop of the year? Yeah. I randomly became interested last night, especially after I seen a review that I thought the reviewer who was being highly critical of it, I thought he was making some really stupid arguments. So then I watched a positive review from a reviewer I actually trust to have good opinions. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna play it and make up my own mind. But also I got pizza. If you guys want, we could watch the G4 Icons episode on Yu Suzuki, the Shenmue guy. Maybe PlayStation propaganda, keeping you away from a life-changing experience? Yeah, dude. Probably. Yeah, the YouTuber that was making like a highly critical video on it, he was like, if you like playing Starfield, you shouldn't watch this video, because I don't want to ruin your experience, because once you see it, you can't unsee it. And then was making some like really silly analogies that I thought were nonsensical, and I'm like, man, you are literally not very bright. So I don't trust what arguments he was saying. Like, he was basically like saying how he doesn't trust Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be good, and he was like, it's just pattern recognition. For example, if you were watching a soccer team and they had lost their last 5 games, would you bet on them to win their next one? I'm like, I don't know, maybe not, but this is video games. This isn't sports. A bad team can still be entertaining to watch. Not only that, but Bethesda hasn't had flops. They were like, they haven't been making bad games. He used like Fallout 76 and Starfield as examples of why Elder Scrolls 6 probably won't be good. I was like, Fallout 76 is probably the worst example to try and use, because Fallout 76, if anything, is an example that Bethesda is still committed to making good games. You haven't, if you think Fallout 76 is still bad, you haven't been paying attention. They spent like the last 10 years making Fallout 76 good, actually. So if anything, I trust the team that goes back to the fucking field and practices and gets better and improves upon their weak areas, as Bethesda has done with Fallout 76. Yeah, I thought the video was about Starfield. Yeah, so that basically invalidated the entire video for me, and I was like, this guy is actually stupid. And then a video maker who I actually think has good opinions and makes really good videos was basically saying he really liked Starfield. So I was like, I trust this guy. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, I guess like Want to watch the bad review? Nah, it was really long. I didn't even watch all of it. I just watched the beginning where he was making all those dumb analogies. And talking as if his analysis is going to change your opinion on Starfield. You better not watch it if you like Starfield, because it's going to ruin the experience. It's like, man, shut up. I think when my pizza cools off, though, I'll watch the G4 episode on Yu Suzuki. How do I turn on my flashlight? Well, lag. Holy crap.
Curious. These are United Colonies markings, but we are in Freestar Collective space.
Hey, welcome, Von Falcon. Hold the scanner button to turn on the flashlight. Oh, thanks. Wow. Getting some stability issues here. Let's see. Do you guys want to watch this Yu Suzuki short documentary while I eat my pizza? If you can have some, man, alright, you can have a pepperoni.
He's a pioneer in the game industry.
I don't play a lot of video games, so I was always interested in things outside of the world of games. Even today, that's where my inspiration comes from. Music, movies, things outside of the game world.
He's a philosopher, he's an artist, he's a mathematician, he's a Renaissance man.
And he hold on. First of all, you know, I've always appreciated devs that take inspiration from things outside of gaming. But Yu Suzuki might be an example where, okay, maybe take like a little bit of stuff from good games. You know, otherwise you get Shenmue 3. And also, yeah, it's funny, they're saying Yu Suzuki is a mathematician, a genius, a painter.
He's a mathematician, he's a Renaissance man.
And he created something immortal.
Virtua Fighter was a blueprint for a lot of companies on how to make a 3D game, and that was a huge deal.
This was the first game that he created which had actual human characters.
But along the way, there were challenges and doubts.
I said, I don't know if I'll be successful, but of course, I'll give it a try.
In the end, he created a new world that inspired others and redefined an industry. This is the story of one of the true leaders in the game industry, Yu Suzuki.
He had an incredible, keen vision on what games are going to be in the near future. Yu Suzuki really was kind of like the Michelangelo of the video game industry.
Oh my god. Yu Suzuki was basically Jesus Christ to gaming. He cursed us with all the QTEs because we didn't have faith in him.
Yu Suzuki was born in Japan on May 10, 1958. He shows early signs of the interests that would define his career.
People told me that I was different from other children. I love making things and drawing things. The other thing that I liked to do was play with plastic blocks. I would make cars and houses and robots with these blocks.
Okay, so Gidget.
But the road to programming was not a direct path.
My parents were elementary school teachers, so the first occupation that I was interested in was teaching. After that, I dreamed of becoming an illustrator. And then at one point, a dentist. But I didn't actually pass the exam to go into a university to study dentistry. So then I started learning to play the guitar. But no matter how much I practiced, I never got that much better.
Faced with an uncertain future, he looked into the past.
When I entered the university, I started learning more about programming. I realized that this was very much like playing with Dio blocks as a child. You took different pieces and you put them together in different ways to make something new.
After graduating from Okayama University of Science, Yu Suzuki begins to look for a job.
When I originally came to the interview at Sega, it wasn't because I was interested in games. It was more because of my interest in programming. But the interviewer was very nice and I got a very good feeling about the company, and that's why I joined.
Dude, getting a job back in the day,
Sega is already a growing force in the video game market. Games like Zaxxon are popular in both the arcade and home console markets.
When I entered Sega in 1983, there were very few people in development. Also, the offices were very small. 5 people shared one table. It was that kind of environment.
After working for 2 years as a support programmer, he's given a shot at producing his own project.
To develop this game, I rode on motorcycles a lot. When we came up with the prototype, I would ride that prototype bike for hours and hours every day.
He puts his efforts into a motorcycle simulation and his focus into an arcade cabinet.
Oh yeah.
At that time, a lot of Japanese arcades, they had what was called coffee top table arcade machines. But then there was Hang-On, which was this huge machine with a motorcycle stuck into it.
So sick.
Hang-On and its innovative design quickly becomes a success in both Japanese and American arcades.
You know, nothing stood out like Hang-On. When you walk into an arcade and then you see literally just a motorcycle.
It's crazy to think this was so hype back then. To be able to sit on an actual motorcycle and play the video game that way. Man.
Thing that you can get on and ride, and it made video games more of a kind of entertainment activity.
It felt so real. You're going like this, and going like this, and leaning over. Oh, a little bit too much, a little bit too much. I'm gonna crash, bam! The level of immersion in that game was just unbelievable.
Sega soon follows with another Yu Suzuki arcade innovation.
Welcome to the...
Something like that seems so obvious now. Back then you could like do what is seemingly like the most obvious shit ever, and it makes you a visionary because just no one's done anything yet. Man, everything's been done.
Get ready.
Space Area was a game where you're basically spaceman type pilot and you're on a jetpack and you're flying all around in this terrain, and there's all these flying objects coming at you. And you literally see on the screen a thing coming from a far distance, and it gets bigger and bigger. There was really nothing else like it at that time.
Yu Suzuki continues his success with 2 more innovative arcade games for Sega. Afterburner and Outrun.
Outrun's a driving game where you're driving a convertible Ferrari, you're outrunning your opponents, but this is not a racing game.
They were the first ones to do it. It's like those philosophers remembered in history for thinking obvious shit. Yeah, exactly. Dude, Yu Suzuki, he's such a scam artist, but that's why I love the guy. Outrun is sweet.
This is a driving game where you got one hand on the wheel and the other one around your babe.
You play a game, you know, in a chair, in front of your TV screen, and so just the style, it was so different and it was so exciting.
He was also very aware of car physics. He had little touches in there like suspension, like braking, like skidding out. He was really creating this, like, you know, sensation of driving a car.
Yu Suzuki had changed the look of arcades with his innovative controls and cabinets, but there is still more to do.
One of the challenges for us was creating something that resembled a gyroscope, where everything would move in that 360-degree way.
And if you look at all the Yu Suzuki games, all the cabinets are huge. I mean, there are these monstrous, you know, cockpit for Afterburner, the motorcycle for Hang On. He knew that it was more than just a screen on a little table thing, that this was going to become an immersive experience. He had this incredible vision that the arcade industry is going to become more than just, you know, tabletop games.
By 1991, Yu Suzuki is already a celebrated game designer, but his next move will put him head-to-head with an undisputed champion of the arcade industry.
I don't think people thought that was going to be a big success.
So yes, it was very difficult.
I mean, it makes sense that he would go on to make Shenmue. With all that context, you know? Shenmue's kind of like the logical conclusion of
Yu Suzuki has radically redrawn the landscape of arcades
trying to make everything as immersive as possible.
Moving cabinets and realism are his trademarks, but his next project adds an entire new dimension to gaming.
3D was something that I was interested in for my days at university. In fact, my thesis at university was about 3D. I'd always been wondering what I could do with that technology. Around that time, the president of Sega realized that Capcom had a fighting game called Street Fighter II, and that was very popular. And he was very concerned that Sega was always losing to competitors in the fighting game area. So he asked me if I could come up with a game that could be competitive in the field. And I said, I don't know if I'll be successful, but of course, I'll give it a try.
Yu Suzuki begins production on his next endeavor, but his lack of martial arts knowledge forces a much-needed trip to China.
I didn't know very much about martial arts, especially Chinese Kung Fu. I had no experience at all. So I actually decided to take a trip to China and learn from the martial arts masters. I visited the Shaolin Temple, and all these experts taught me many things about martial arts. In the process, I cracked some ribs and I suffered a bump to the head. At that time, it was very difficult for me. But looking back on it now, of course, they're just fond memories.
Even Yu Suzuki, I heard say that people thought he was crazy to go after Street Fighter or to make a competitor, direct competitor to Street Fighter. Apparently, one day during testing, Yu Suzuki heard one of the guys say, "ouch," while he was playing the game, and that's when he knew that he had some kind of connection with the player. That this was more than just a fighting game, that this was an actual experience.
This is also back when, like, martial arts still had a level of mystique. Like, people still thought, like, there were secret death touch moves. Kill someone with fucking, your chi punch, your chi powers or whatever. 1-inch death punch.
There has never been another game where we knew it was going to succeed even before we completed making the game. We knew that this was something that really was going to take off.
In 1993, Virtua Fighter is released, and audiences are stunned.
Fight one, ready, go!
The number one thing that was huge about Virtua Fighter was that it was in 3D, and that was a big, big deal.
The first
the other thing too was that nobody really thought that you can make a better game than Street Fighter.
The first time I played Virtua Fighter, I think it was Virtua Fighter 2. And it was at a hotel that I was staying at with my dad for some reason. I was a little kid. And back then, hotels still had, like, arcade cabinets a lot of times. And they had a Virtua Fighter 2 cabinet. And at this point, like, we already had Tekken 3 and all this stuff. But it was still like, whoa. It was still impressive. Despite being despite being dated at the time. Virtua Fighter 2 still felt like a special game.
As far as fighting was concerned. And they took a bold step in making this 3D fighting game.
The floaty jumps were weird though.
Yu Suzuki wanted to create a realism out of it. This was a game where they used real fighting techniques, real martial arts. They weren't doing over-the-top flying stuff. They were just punching and kicking, and it was about strategy and tactics.
People flocked to the arcades and began to master the complex fighting systems.
Virtua Fighter is fucking crazy because it is incredibly difficult and complex. Yeah. I don't know enough to explain, but from what I've heard and what's been explained to me, there's so many, like, little micro interactions, and you have to, like, have so many fucking very specific situations memorized to be able to play Virtua Fighter at a high level.
To be able to enjoy that same kind of sensation with only a joystick, only a button, and you're still just as excited, and you're still sweating, and you're so into the fight, something like that has never been around. This is the first game that's allowed people to enjoy that kind of intensity.
The gameplay mechanics of Virtua Fighter are just really hardcore and accurate, you know, just like the man himself. You know, it's very meticulous, it's a very studied game.
People reacted very favorably to Virtua Fighter.
The success of Virtua Fighter leads to inevitable spin-offs.
Virtua Fighter created a whole new pantheon of characters for Sega. From that, Sega created all kinds of
They would have loved Fortnite, true.
Virtua Fighter Kids, Virtua Fighter Master System games that were just like little storybooks, and you know, you had big, fat-headed, you know, Virtua Fighter kid characters and stuff like that, and it really created a whole franchise of characters for Sega.
Sega also brings Virtua Fighter to its home console, the Sega Saturn.
So this was the first time also where people were able to practice their moves at home and then show up in an arcade with all the stuff that they did at home. You know, they did homework, and then they show their skills at the arcade, and I think that was a huge phenomenon that kind of combined the home and the arcade.
In 1995, Sega releases the follow-up to the original.
Well, Virtua Fighter 2 was significantly different from Virtua Fighter, and that's when it started to get a little bit of the over-the-topness to it. But that was more for the hardcore fighting fan. Then, by the time Virtua Fighter 3 came out, that was a huge, huge leap, both in technology and in looks and everything. He also created Virtua Fighter 3 TB, which was an enhancement of Virtua Fighter 3. Virtua Fighter 3 became the fighting game of choice for the Japanese at that time. If you were an expert at Virtua Fighter 3 or Virtua Fighter 3 TB, then, you know, you were the bomb. You were the guy that people looked at you in the arcades.
Yeah. They see me at the arcade.
Virtua Fighter even more as a tournament type.
Everybody starts screaming.
The success of Virtua Fighter eventually moves beyond the game industry and Japan.
In 1998, the Virtua Fighter series was accepted by the Smithsonian for the Computer World Smithsonian Award. And all of the Virtua Fighter machines, I think up to Virtua Fighter 3, is displayed in Smithsonian for everybody to look at from now until the end of time. And that's a huge accomplishment. I think it was a big deal for Yu Suzuki to have his games shown at the Smithsonian Institute. That's a big deal, is to have, you know, something like Virtua Fighter be accepted by mainstream America as a real work of art or a real, you know, accomplishment in technology. That's something that we all should be proud of.
In a little more than a decade, Yu Suzuki changed the way we play video games. But he is about to face some serious obstacles.
And one great thing about Suzuki-san and about Sega is traditionally they have been a company that have been risk takers and always pushing the envelope.
Dude, apparently, so Ubisoft released Heroes of Might and Magic 3 HD on Steam yesterday, but they forgot to upload the actual game, so they're getting review bombed by people who purchased the game and tried to download it, and it was like 0 megabytes because they forgot to actually upload the game. It's pretty cool.
In 1998, Sega was developing their new console system, the Dreamcast. The power of the new system allows Yu Suzuki to bring a mere thought to life.
Shenmue was probably one of the most expensive endeavors that Sega ever took on. I mean, it was a huge investment.
Here we go. Here's what we came for.
Some time constraints. It was been developing for a couple of years. So when the Dreamcast came around, he basically started from scratch.
I think that Shenmue, the reason why it's so special is that it realized something that no one had ever done before, using technology that had not been used before.
Well, I think Suzuki-san was very brave to take that on. I personally like, you know, stories in games, and games with kind of long story arcs, and I like the whole epicness of it. I like the fact that it aspired to be something so big. Was, I think, very refreshing.
In the games, Shenmue follows a young Ryo in Yokohama in the 80s.
They killed my father, right in front of me. I will have my revenge.
Shenmue is a big departure from the kinetic action games Yu Suzuki has created in the past.
The game itself is this incredible wide open world that you can explore, you can buy things, and you get into a fight.
Get out of my way.
And there's virtual fighter type sequences. Day turned to night, night turns to day, and you're literally living in this world and experiencing this guy's life.
Yes.
It was more than just an RPG. And Yu Suzuki wanted to separate that game from being an RPG, so he called it Free, F-R-E-E, which is full reaction entertainment.
Stairs animation is the last thing Yu Suzuki would skimp out on. I would trust Suzuki-san, Suzuki-sensei. I would trust him with my life to make a good stairs animation.
Yu Suzuki puts all his efforts into making the game as realistic
That's
as
like $100 million stairs animation, you know. They literally spent like $90 million on Shenmue.
possible. He draws on his artistic sensibilities.
Shenmue is a very cinematic game, so I had to study a lot about motion pictures, and also have people from the motion picture industry in my team. I was able to work with some directors and art directors and scriptwriters from the Japanese movie industry. I want to ask you about that. I learned a lot from these people.
I think Shenmue, to Yu Suzuki as well, is a culmination of all his efforts. It's a culmination of everything that he's done. And Yu Suzuki, who's a Renaissance man who enjoys art, music, all the good things in life, he put it all in one game.
Shenmue is a success for Sega and the Dreamcast system. Yu Suzuki makes it known that this is only the first chapter of an epic 15-chapter
We should watch the Kojima episode.
Shenmue 2 is released in Japan. Unfortunately, Dreamcast owners in America will never see it.
What?
Unfortunately, Dreamcast fate was ill-fated, and Shenmue kind of went along with it.
Wait, that's not true. Shenmue 2 came out in Japan on Dreamcast and in Europe on Dreamcast. It's only North America that didn't get Shenmue 2 on Dreamcast.
Wait!
Hell, we played the Dreamcast version.
After the Dreamcast dies, Sega enters into an agreement with Microsoft to create original material for its new Xbox system.
Shenmue 2 was really probably one of the biggest Sega games, and in order for Microsoft to secure something like Shenmue 2, that was a huge deal.
We should replay Shenmue.
Shenmue 2 arrives on American shores in the fall of 2002.
The Xbox version of Shenmue 2 for the US was put out by Microsoft. So there wasn't too much Sega or Yu Suzuki involvement in it. And they didn't have voice actors that were American to do the voice acting in the Xbox version of Shenmue 2. It's all subtitled. And I think that kind of demonstrates that maybe Yu Suzuki was a little bit, put off that Shenmue didn't do too well in the United States on the Dreamcast after all the effort he put into it.
Despite the ups and downs and the loss of a...
Wait, did the Xbox version of Shenmue 2 really not have voice acting? The European Dreamcast version of Shenmue 2 had voice acting.
proprietary console system, Yu Suzuki remains at Sega after 20 years developing games.
I think probably Mr. Suzuki has remained loyal to Sega for all these years because he's seen how Sega has grown along with his own career. So they have been growing together.
You put on quite a show, boy.
And with an innovative company like Sega, it's a match made in heaven.
The reason that I am who I am today is because I joined Sega. But I like the place. I think that's why I stayed.
And his artistry goes beyond games. Yu Suzuki is also an accomplished painter.
I know Yu-san has many projects going on in his head constantly. Yu-san, as an artist, I think draws his inspiration mostly from his favorite things and also his hobbies, whether that's his Ferrari and many other things.
Yeah,
He
okay.
draws his inspiration.
Is he fucking... running to be the next dictator, Putin style. We're gonna get a fucking self-portrait of Yu Suzuki riding a horse. Let's watch the Kojima one.
He started off as an outcast.
When I was hired as a planner, no one else was called that. Back then, it wasn't easy for me to fit into a group. People sort of accused and attacked me as being this guy that didn't have any technological skills.
Whose ideas were far ahead of their time.
I would think that a video game idea like that, where you don't kill anybody, that was probably a tough sell for Hideo Kojima.
I know a lot of people complain that there was too much dialogue in the game, or the dialogue was, a little bit cheesy.
It was just getting very frustrating and tough for me. I began thinking about leaving the company.
Yeah, who's the biggest genius Renaissance man, painter, mathematician, visionary?
But Hideo Kojima's ideas
This is a mog-off between Kojima and Suzuki.
will create one of the greatest gaming series of all time.
The whole industry is still reeling from the impact that Metal Gear Solid has done for the video game industry.
He is an icon, there's no question.
What comes from this point onwards is just going to be amazing.
This is the story of Hideo Kojima's Metal Gear Solid franchise.
This was such a good series. Man, G4 used to be good. I watched this channel all the time when I was in middle school. When it was still a video game channel and not just cops reruns.
It's the turbulent 60s when a man named Hideo Kojima is born.
I was born in Tokyo in 1963 and lived there up until I was 3.
Metal Gear Solid resurrected your grandma? I'm not surprised.
I was born in Tokyo in 1963 and lived there up until I was 3. And then I moved to Western Japan, and that's where I grew up.
He is introduced to the silver screen early in life.
When I was a baby boy, I was forced by my parents to watch films even before I knew who I was. So I grew up on movies.
While Kojima is studying economics in college, he discovers a new love.
I had a lot of free time, and that's when I started playing video games. Namely, games on the Famicom. The game that changed my life, the game of my destiny, was Shigeru Miyamoto's Super Mario Bros. Till then, I pretty much had the notion that film and video games were separate entities.
Dude, Super Mario was my destiny.
Games on the Famicom. The game that changed my life, the game of my destiny, was Shigeru Miyamoto's Super Mario Brothers. Till then, I pretty much had the notion that film and video games were separate entities.
Yeah, what if you told a young college-age Kojima that one day he would be fighting Mario in a 3D fighting game?
But then, I realized that even in video games, I could do creative things just like they're done in the movies.
He has such a great mind for storytelling that I just think that his mind's always going and he's always taking everything in and analyzing it and thinking of ways he can use that in a story.
Kojima decides to pursue a career in the game industry, much to the surprise of his friends.
I was part of an economics seminar during my 4th year in college when I told my professor and colleagues that I was going to join the video game industry. They told me, "No way, stop and think twice about what you're doing." I joined Konami in 1986.
But the aspiring game designer has some problems fitting in at first.
Everyone sort of did everything back then, and when I was hired as a planner, no one else was called that. Back then, it wasn't easy for me to fit into a group. People sort of accused and attacked me as being this guy that didn't have any technological skills.
His first project is a near disaster.
I was given this particular game plan, and I worked on it for 6 months. But the thing was, I didn't know anything about memory space in a game or the actual method of how to assemble a game and put together a game. I never thought about the actual schedule or
That's
timeline
so
of when to do
crazy.
what. Then
You get hired at a video game company with literally no experience, no skills. I didn't know anything about memory. I was just doing shit.
my boss called me and said, sorry, they were dropping my game plan, and this was my first big challenge. I was the only one in the company who had never had any of his games released. And people, instead of saying hi, would come and say, at least complete one game before you die.
Oh my god.
Kojima is given one more chance.
Bullied.
After the game was dropped, the company came to me and told me to create a combat game based on war. If I were to work on a game based on war, I wanted to do something more like The Great Escape, where you actually run away instead of shoot. When I came up with this game plan, my superiors in the company said, this rookie's already failed on one project, and now he's trying to come up with this weird concept where you don't fight, but you run away.
I would think that trying to sell a video game idea like that, where you don't kill anybody and you are, in stealth mode the whole time, I think that was probably a tough sell for Hideo Kojima at first.
Near the end of the year, it was just getting very frustrating and tough for me. I began thinking about leaving the company, and I talked to one of my superiors. He helped me and gave me some advice, and eventually it all worked out in the end, I guess, with Metal Gear.
Kojima comes up with the idea of a stealth action game where players take the role of Solid Snake, a special forces operative who must defeat a walking nuclear tank called Metal Gear.
After 2 or 3 months of development, the game started moving. The game system was ready, and you could actually sneak around your character. And if the enemy saw you, you'd get the exclamation point above your head, and they'd start attacking you. When we got to this point, the team members played it and they said, oh my god, this could be a great game. And from then on, development went really smooth.
Konami begins to warm up to Kojima's unique new game. But how will the public react? After a long, hard road, Kojima releases his first game in 1987, Metal Gear.
The game was for the MSX system. It wasn't a big market, but when the game came out, it was really well received, and was ranked like number 1 or 2 among all consumer software games in the adventure or RPG categories.
In 1988, Metal Gear makes its way to the US on the NES.
Metal Gear was very different from all of the games that were popular on the Famicom at that time because it was not a run-and-gun, all-out action game.
Since the MSX game of Metal Gear was very well received, Konami decided to port the game to the NES, and they got a completely different team to create the NES version of the game. It probably sold over 1 million copies in the US.
It's no surprise that Konami asks for a sequel.
And since the NES version of Metal Gear sold so well in the US, the sales force in the US said, please, do a sequel. They started working on a sequel, and that was Snake's Revenge. First of all, I did not work on either version of the...
Metal Gear Solid 2 gotta be top 10 best game OST. Of all time. Wow, really? Metal Gear Solid 2? Over number 3? And number 1? Man, I wish I liked playing Metal Gear Solid.
2 NES games at all.
So what they ended up producing was a game that was completely different. It was called Metal Gear 2 Snake's Revenge. The problem, of course, with this is that people who liked Metal Gear would play this and say, what the heck is this? This isn't Metal Gear. This is just an action game. So that was kind of disappointing. Snake's Revenge is not part of the official Metal Gear timeline.
This guy I met on the train from the company said, Kojima-san, I worked on Snake's Revenge, and I'm personally a big fan of your original game. I'd like to see a sequel to Metal Gear done by the real creator, Mr. Kojima. When he said that to me, the idea got into my head and I started thinking about a real sequel to the game. By the time I got off the train and went home, the entire storyline was fixed in my mind. So I went to my boss at Konami the next day with a game plan, and he said, yes, let's give it a go.
The only Metal Gear game that was not released in the United States yet was Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, and this only appeared on the MSX system.
Metal Gear 2 was released in 1990. After that, I started working on Police Knots. That's when I started hearing rumors about the PlayStation.
In 1995, Sony gives birth to the 32-bit era by introducing the PlayStation. The powerful new system catches Kojima's eye.
When I saw how advanced these new systems coming out were, I started thinking about a new action game.
Kojima decides to revisit the Metal Gear franchise.
We established this company called Konami Computer Entertainment Japan in 1996 in Tokyo in order to develop Metal Gear Solid for the PlayStation. The PlayStation allowed me to do more things that I wanted to do for the whole infiltration experience. Since what I wanted to do was in 3D, I used these polygons to create a 3D environment.
To ensure Metal Gear Solid has a unique look, Kojima brings aboard a rookie designer named Yoji Shinkawa to create an unforgettable cast of characters.
Mr. Kojima interviewed me and said, "I'm now working on the Metal Gear project. Would you like to come and work for me?" I said, "Why not? Sure." So Metal Gear Solid happened to be the first game I worked on.
When we talk about the Metal Gear series, you also have to talk about Yoji Shinkawa.
I think I hit the jackpot.
The atmosphere of the world and the really memorable characters.
There's so many characters.
Metal Gear art is so sick, though. Shinkawa Sensei's art definitely is peak.
Meryl was a really interesting character. It was really neat to see Kojima put that feminine element into the game, and I thought that it was a really great way to tell a love story while you're playing through all this action.
This is no time to try and hit on me, Snake.
Sniper Wolf was a great character as well. He gives all his characters a heart and a purpose, and you understand why they're doing the things that they're doing.
Catch you later, Ansel.
And the profound, twisted nature of the characters. They have problems, and some of them have sexual problems.
This is the greatest handgun ever made.
And some of them are absolutely nuts.
I'm losing myself.
Solid Snake gets a new look as well.
I tried to make Solid Snake as colorless as possible. If he has too many of his own characteristics, then the player won't be able to associate himself or herself to the character.
Or herself? Woke.
I basically just wanted to recreate Solid Snake from the MSX series in my own way. I wanted to digest him, and then spit out this new Solid Snake.
Yo, pause.
Kojima is now ready to update the stealth action gameplay Metal Gear is known for. Little does he know that what he does will revolutionize gaming. By 1996, the PlayStation has ushered in a new era of 3D gaming. Kojima takes stealth action gameplay to the next level with Metal Gear Solid.
I think certainly the stealth element is the biggest influence on all video games today, from Metal Gear Solid and hiding behind walls. I mean, it's almost like if you're playing a game today and your character doesn't suck himself against the wall, then something's missing. You know, you gotta have that stealth element.
It really defined the stealth genre. Since the game was such a hit, there was such a huge influx of stealth titles. I still think Metal Gear does the best. The tension when you're creeping around and you know there's a guard or somebody that's out, you know, looking for you, and you are trying to be so careful.
Theoretically, I believe, apart from the bosses, you can get through the whole game without killing anybody except for the 6 main people that you've gone in to get. So I thought that was interesting from a gameplay perspective, but I also thought it was interesting from a morality perspective.
And Kojima pushes the boundaries of game design by breaking through the fourth wall.
Put your controller on the floor.
I think what Hideo Kojima did with Metal Gear Solid was kind of take the gamer out of the game itself. When Psycho Mantis is talking to you and your controller is rumbling, or when he knows all the Konami games that you played on the memory save, it takes you out of the game a moment. You're like, wow, this is one heck of a game. You know, it can tell like what I'm playing. And
the Psycho Mantis thing was definitely sick. People were still talking about that in like the early 2000s.
And it's taking you out of the, you know, just a little bit out of the game, and then it throws you right back into it.
The moment where you realize you have to unplug the controller, that for me was just like, wow, that was incredible. One of the pinnacle moments in gaming for sure.
Metal Gear Solid is unveiled to the masses at E3 in 1997.
All we did was show a trailer, and what happened was the same people that were there in the morning at E3 were there in the evening.
That would have been so cool to experience the Psycho Mantis fight, like, mostly blind, having not really known about it, and you're like, it's 1997, you picked up Metal Gear Solid for your PlayStation 1 in your college dorm room, and it happens, and he's like, that would have been so sick.
Just watching it all day long.
People were familiar with the Metal Gear series from the NES days. It was bringing that into a 3D form. People were hooting and hollering. I mean, it was a totally different reaction than what people usually had when they saw
hooting and hollering
on the big screen. I mean, they weren't even playing it. I mean, this is a video, and people were going crazy over it.
Metal Gear Solid follows Snake's mission to stop a band of genetically enhanced terrorists who have taken over a nuclear weapons facility in Alaska.
Well, Kojima's work is entirely visionary in that he doesn't follow the rules of what video games are supposed to be. And when he takes a game and turns it into a so-called cinematic experience, he doesn't turn it into what he thinks a movie should be either. I think he creates a perfect sort of hybrid.
It was basically the movie-like presentation of Metal Gear Solid that really took people aback. When you first turned on the game, and it looked like the intro to a movie, and he's swimming around and the credits are showing, and then he gets out, and all of a sudden there's gameplay for a little bit, and you're introduced to the stealth element of it. You run into the elevator, and then as soon as you run in the elevator, the credits start rolling again, and he's pulling off his, sub gear and everything, and, chills are just going up and down your spine. You're like, man, I'm ready to roll with this game.
The masses finally get their hands on Metal Gear Solid in September 1998. Kojima's game turns the industry upside down. 350,000 copies are sold in its first weekend. It will go on to sell 6 million copies worldwide.
Holy crap.
You have a great director take on a movie, it really has that tone to it. When Quentin Tarantino does a movie, it has that tone to it. Well, when Hideo Kojima does a game, you feel it. I mean, he has a very specific view of storytelling and gameplay and how those two should interact. I knew that there wasn't anything like it, and I knew that if we did it well, it would be huge.
They put in so much stuff in that game. There was humor.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
There was seriousness and there was drama. That it was definitely more than a video game experience.
In a way, the first Metal Gear Solid was like the first Matrix. People didn't really know what it was like, and people really didn't care about it. But once it came out, people loved it.
Metal Gear Solid thrusts Kojima and Konami into the limelight. But how long will the fame and fortune last? After the release of Metal Gear Solid in 1998, Kojima and his team of talented developers begin work on Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty.
After the success of Metal Gear Solid, we knew that people expected a lot from the sequel. So I was constantly under this pressure to do something great. So it was definitely a different experience.
By now, Solid Snake, the game's main character, is nearly a household name.
Well, Solid Snake is this kind of loner assassin type character that, maybe that's why I like him so much. He seems to have this mysterious, he's got a very male testosterone mystique about him, and I guess I find that very attractive. By being that mysterious, you really want to delve into that personality, and I think that's what makes him such a cool character, and voice.
How you doing, kid?
Well, Solid Snake is a guy who has been used all of his life by the military and by his superiors. He's the ultimate soldier.
Konami releases the PlayStation 2 version of Metal Gear Solid
David
2:
Hayter.
Sons of Liberty in the fall of 2001.
This was before he got pwned by Kojima himself.
The game includes plenty of improvements to the Metal Gear formula, as well as a soundtrack by Hollywood composer Harry Gregson Williams.
Other things in the game that people found out was the first-person shooter mode. It created a new way to look at Metal Gear Solid, and you really were even impressed by the physics of the game. It was just a whole new thing, and it took Metal Gear to a whole new level.
But the new sequel has a big secret that catches many gamers off guard.
I was in love with the game the first couple of chapters, I guess you'd call them, and you're playing through as Snake, and it was just incredible. But then suddenly you're playing as this Raiden character, and you're like, what is this? Where's Snake?
I think a lot of people were disappointed that you were an alternate character, Raiden. I think it made a lot of hardcore fans maybe unhappy.
Once again, Kojima gives his game a very cinematic feel, but some gamers think it goes a little too far.
Sons of Liberty had lots of movie footage, lots of stuff to watch, and you put the controller down for literally 20 minutes sometimes.
I know a lot of people complained that there was too much dialogue in the game, or the dialogue was, a little bit cheesy.
Leave it to me.
Despite what a lot of people said about too much cinematics and a difficult to follow storyline, I still loved it.
Metal Gear Solid 2 is a hit and sells 7 million copies. In 2002, Konami releases an enhanced version of their new sequel called Metal Gear Solid 2: Substance for the PC, PS2, and Xbox. And in 2004, Konami releases a remake of the original Metal Gear Solid for the GameCube, titled Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes.
Yeah, if only they knew back then.
only was released on the GameCube, but it is based on the first game that came out on the PlayStation. It was also kind of a shaking of hands of two great developers, Miyamoto and Kojima. Apparently, according to the story, they were eating dinner one night, and Miyamoto said, hey, why don't you make Metal Gear for the GameCube? And the suggestion was as simple as that, and they went forward with it. Then they contacted Silicon Knights, the creators of Eternal Darkness, and obviously they were more than happy to work on the game.
The remake updates the gameplay, and a renowned Japanese director is brought in to redo the classic cutscenes.
My name is Ryuhei Kitamura. The way that Kid Morrison reintroduced and retold the story from just a cinematic standpoint, I think worked really well. The idea of incorporating all the Metal Gear Solid 2
I didn't know
gameplay into the original Metal Gear Solid game.
I didn't know that guy directed the movie called Versus, which was had like a cult following in the early 2000s. I've never seen it somehow, but yeah, I didn't know he directed the movie parts of whatever, Twin Snakes.
Game really worked well too.
Meanwhile, Kojima works Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater for the PS2, a prequel to the Metal Gear series.
Metal Gear Solid 3 is taking things to a whole other level. I think Kojima is really challenging himself with outdoor environments, doing stealth, but doing it in a much different way than in these enclosed environments. I think it's going to be a really cool opportunity to try out some new things.
This is a trilogy bound by one grand theme. In order to put an end to the series, you're basically eating up the snake in this game. That's why I called it Snake Eater.
Put an end to the series, yeah. Sure. Brother, you're gonna be in those Metal Gear mines for at least another few years after part 3.
Today, the Metal Gear Solid series has countless imitators.
There's been a tremendous amount of copycat games, or games that are almost identical, or sort of mixtures and mergers of other sort of genres, but mostly have a stealth aspect to it.
So people can imitate my games, and if what they come up with is enjoyable, I think that that's fine.
And in 2002, the man who was once ridiculed by his fellow game developers is named one of the top innovators of the year by Newsweek magazine.
And everybody clapped.
When I got the first notice or offer for that article in the magazine, I thought it was about the 10 biggest people in the video game industry. And then it turned out it was the 10 biggest people who would be shaping the world. I was surprised. The biggest change probably was within my family and among my community. My friends, many of these people say, "Are you ever going to stop working on video games? Aren't you going to start moving on?" Then when they saw this article, they went, "Oh, maybe he's actually doing something he should be doing."
But fans of Kojima and his Metal Gear series have always known that he was destined for greatness.
Tonight, we honor the creator
Oh, brother.
of the fantastic Metal Gear franchise.
Yo, did you guys hear this thing about Stan Lee? His likeness was sold to an AI company. The Stan Lee estate sold his likeness to some AI company, and there's this like controversy. Of course. Weird.
Hideo Kojima!
He is an icon, there's no question. But beyond that, I think he's got a lot more stories to tell, and I'm one of the people waiting to hear his next story.
And I still think, even today, the whole industry is still reeling from the impact that Metal Gear Solid has done for the video game industry.
I always told myself I'd always be in the front line creating video games, even when I reached 100. Now that's changed to, even after I die, even as a ghost, I'd still like to create games. It's so fun. The Japanese are not really good at expressing their thoughts with words, but I guess if I were to put it into simple words, I just love creating video games.
Aw. That's what's up. Does he really love creating video games, though? Come on. We all know what he really wants. He wants to see those fucking 3D rendered feet models. I don't know how I've been live for over 4 hours already. Should we watch one more before I go? There's we got Dreamcast, Mega Man, Final Fantasy, Half-Life, Shigeru Miyamoto. If you watched the Miyamoto episode, if we're doing the 3 most genius visionary saved my cat from a tree ass devs, I appreciate Death Stranding, but it turned too pretentious. Can't stand the use of made-up words for everything. Yeah, that's why, like, a lot of times I can't get into, like, I enjoy fantasy video games, but when it comes to, like, plots, I can't. There's so many made-up words. Now we watched the entirety of the Chris Chan documentary. Shigeru Miyamoto is kind of like the Chris Chan of video games.
Ready? Ready. 3, 2, 1. Let's rock and roll. Go.
Yeah, let's.
Behind some of the most famous.
This is gonna be huge gassing up. You already know that this one. I think he's gonna mog both Suzuki and Kojima.
Spaces in gaming history.
Well, obviously, he's created a lot of iconic characters.
I grew up on Miyamoto-san's games.
And wouldn't take no for an answer.
And he's not afraid to kind of put his
Dude,
foot out there.
they all have spiky hair.
I'm going to do it this way. If you don't like it, too bad.
Oh, fine then.
Year 2002, you weren't allowed on this show if you didn't have spiky hair.
He's great, but he is crazy.
For Shigeru Miyamoto, games were his destiny.
Ever since I was a kid, I've always wanted to create things that would shock or surprise or bring enjoyment to people.
This unlikely superstar was recognized by Hollywood royalty.
Just by chance, George Lucas happened to be there, and he saw me and he called me into his room.
He gambled.
There were people in Nintendo that were really thinking that the numbers weren't as strong.
And won.
These 3 guys in a blunt rotation.
He's a pioneer. I mean, everything he does pushes the envelope.
This is the story of one of the most prolific figures of our time.
That'd be
Shigeru Miyamoto.
the most incomprehensible, unplayable game of all time if they teamed up. No, then you just get the AAA Mario. I'm pretty sure AAA Mario is what would happen if those 3 games made a game together.
Shigeru Miyamoto is born in Kyoto, Japan, with a more than active imagination.
He was quoted as saying, when I was a child, I did nothing but draw cartoons and manufacture puppets.
I had, in elementary school, done a lot of making my own puppets and doing puppet shows. But then as I grew up and got into middle school, that was when I really got interested in drawing comic books.
His yearning to create led to some very unusual thoughts.
And I did think that it would be nice if I could be in a condition where all I had to do, or all I really could do, was draw comic strips. And so I thought if I could have some kind of illness where I didn't feel any pain or have any trouble, but still had to be in the hospital all day and draw comic books, that would be great.
Nobody else would that sound like a normal sentence, but coming from him, it just seems to click.
By age 11, Miyamoto becomes obsessed with heroic characters.
Well, actually, it was on TV where I would see a lot of the puppet shows, and that was where I'd gotten the influence to do that. So that was actually kind of a more earlier thing than getting the TV and getting the interest in the superheroes.
He goes on to attend Kanazawa College of Industrial Arts and Crafts, taking up the banjo and bluegrass. But he spends most of his time sketching and listening to music. After graduating in 1977, Miyamoto is hired as Nintendo's first
1977.
Nintendo
Gramps.
is better known for manufacturing a variety of goods, from playing cards to toys.
I mean, even when I first entered the company, it was really my goal to design and ultimately sell these products, really toys that I was interested in.
Miyamoto begins designing board games and packaging for toys. Impressed with his young upstart, Nintendo chairman Hiroshi Yamauchi reassigns Miyamoto to a team working on computer games.
Yamauchi?
By 1980, a wave of arcade games flood the American market. Asteroids, Space Invaders, and of course, Pac-Man develop a fanatical following. Hoping to capitalize on the wave, Nintendo releases Radar Scope, their first arcade game. But the games fail to capture an audience. Desperate for a hit, Yamauchi asks Miyamoto to design a video game using a popular character who loves to eat spinach.
We began development on that game originally with the idea of using Popeye.
Nintendo negotiates with King Features to use the Popeye comic as a video game, but the Popeye license falls through. And Miyamoto looks to his past for inspiration.
Going into the mountains and playing in the mountains as a kid and finding caves and whatnot, and that sort of exploration too really lingered in my memory. And so later on in life, when I did start making video games, it kind of came back into play in my imagination.
You know, he's a kid at heart. You can kind of see that.
Ever since I was a kid, I've always wanted to create things that would shock or surprise or bring enjoyment to people.
He finds exactly that in a goofy gorilla. Of course, the gorilla would need a keeper in the form of a carpenter. Miyamoto goes to the drawing board.
So Mario then became really the perfect game for kind of this jumping around and active expression, and just the motion on screen really became the best game for that type of action.
All he needs now is a name. Kong suggests Gorilla, who is Donkey Stubborn. They combine the words and name the game Donkey Kong.
To me, Donkey Kong holds a very precious place for me because that was really the first time where I was recognized for my work in game design.
And unlike its predecessors, Donkey Kong is the first character-based arcade game.
His style is mostly visual. It's always cute, it's always colorful, and it's always a little wacky.
These wacky characters need a story to rescue your girlfriend from the King Kong-like gorilla. A dramatic change from the shooting and tennis-style games
How
of
come
the past.
Peach never rescues Mario?
I mean, up to that point, video games had been designed mostly by technical people, and it was really the first time that a designer had actually created a game and been recognized for that work.
In 1981, Donkey Kong is ready for shipment overseas, but not everyone is thrilled with the final product.
These games were sent over, they were in the arcades, and nobody knew quite what to do with them. And you know, it was put into one kind of arcade location, and it did very well. More and more people were playing, and quickly we realized in America that we had a hit.
And he's not afraid to kind of put his foot out there and say, I'm going to do it this way. If you don't like it, too bad. And most people in the end love it.
And they do. Donkey Kong hits American shores and becomes a smash success for Nintendo. But by 1982, the arcade business hits a slump.
There's a lot of product out there. It wasn't selling. Retailers didn't want to, you know, get into video games anymore.
That quickly changes, however, with the debut of the Atari home console. Nintendo is not far behind with their own home console, the NES. Yamauchi turns to his young prodigy to create another game. So Miyamoto gets creative. He takes a B player and makes him the lead.
And then here was this little Nintendo Entertainment System coming over from Japan, and this character, you know, Mario, you know, what was this about?
This time, it's all about Mario. Super Mario Bros. Is released in 1985 and instantly becomes a hit with audiences.
There was a soft launch in New York at the time, and it did phenomenally well.
Mario is very expressive in terms of his action, and he jumps and he runs, and that's something that children do, and they're very expressive in terms of how they move and act.
The unfolding passageways of the game were influenced once again by Miyamoto's childhood.
And I remember growing up and reading an interview with
Fucking
him,
Cliffy
and saying
B.
how he rode his bike to work, and he drew upon his childhood for inspiration of when he'd roam the countryside and explore caves and everything.
Mario's subterranean world is a reminder of the cool caves he explored as a boy.
That sort of exploration too really lingered in my memory, and so later on in life, when I did start making video games, it kind of came back into play in my imagination.
Miyamoto includes magic mushrooms.
G4 in the game industry overall, I feel like just really loved Cliff Bleszinski during this time. This is before he became washed up. Before Gears of War.
Warp zones. And invisible doorways. Mario is an international hit, but he wouldn't be the only character to lead Miyamoto and Nintendo into the record books.
I'm sort of starting to fade over here. We might have to finish this tomorrow. But yeah, I'll save this. Hey, Talon. Yeah. I mean, studying the gods of gaming, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot of aura to take in. Man, I love this show. Yeah, I don't know where the past 4.5 hours went. I feel like I didn't really play that many games. It's pretty early still. Maybe I'll be back later. I don't know. It was a blur. Yeah. I mean, it feels like you just got here. Which is kind of crazy to say. But yeah. I just gotta hear why am I so tired. I mean, yeah, true. It's still early. Maybe I'll recover. The thing is, I just ate a bunch of pizza and cookies. So, maybe after I digest and forget everything I've learned about Kojima and Yu Suzuki, and maybe I'll recover and come back later. Thanks, Moldy. Thanks, Talon. Thanks, Clover. How you just sit there and eat pizza? I don't know, man. I did. It just happened. Hey, I mean, don't throw stones in glass houses or something. Thanks, Vaughn Falcon, and welcome. Thanks, Funky, A2, Potates. I think that's everybody. Yeah. You guys have a great rest of your night and a great day tomorrow. If I don't see you later, then I'll see you then.